Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everybody, I have a little request. If everybody can just take one song at least so we can participate, everybody can participate. We have a first half, a second half, and after the second half, who did not get to sing will get a chance to sing before we do Aarti. So at least everybody, you know, we know each other. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Namami Om Ganapati Namaha Saraswati Namastumayam Varnekamarupani Vidyarambam Karishyami Siddhi Kavachomishvara Jai Nandalala Jai Gopala Jai Nandalala Jai Gopala Sri राधे गोविंदा मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है नंदलाला जय गोपाला नंदलाला जय गोपाला राधे गोविंदा मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है नंदलाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है नंदलाला जय गोपाला
We're gonna start Havan now. We're gonna start the Havan now, and you guys gonna continue to sing, okay? the procedure will be a slightly different one this morning. So you continue to sing.
Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari Panduranga Panduranga Rama Krishna Hare Panduranga Rama Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hare Mukunda Murari Panduranga Panduranga Rama
पवितं कुरु शासनम् ॐ लक्ष्मी करोतु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं सुखसम्परम् मम शत्रु विनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते ॐ वासुदेवं सुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिं वर्धनम् उर्वारुकमेव वन्दन मृत्युर्मुक्ष्यामामृतम् अग्निमिले पुरोहितं यजस्य देव मृत्युजं होतारं रत्नदातमम्
मुरली वाले से बजाए मुरली आजा दो भरे कान्हा कन्हैया नंद लाला ओ मुरली वाला से बजाए मुरली आजा दो भरे मुरली आजा दो भरे देखो कुंवर जमाए कैसे रास रचाए कैसे गान सुनाए सुलभ सब बिसराए
वर्धयामसि प्रेष्ठोचाय विष्टय स्वाहा 5 युवती की ओम अयंत इद्मा आत्मा जातवेरसे तेजसवड स्वचेत वर्धय चास्मां प्रजया पशुवीर ब्रह्मवर्चसे आनादेन समेधय स्वाहा ओम अयंत इद्मा आत्मा जातवेरसे नेजसवड स्वचेत वर्धय चास्मां प्रजया पशुवीर ब्रह्मवर्चसे आनादेन समेधय स्वाहा ओम अयंत आत्मा जातवेरसे नेजसवड स्वचेत वर्धय चास्मां प्रजया पशुवीर ब्रह्मवर्चसे आनादेन समेधय स्वाहा ओम अयंत आत्मा जातवेरसे नेजसवड स्वचेत वर्धय चास्मां प्रजया पशुवीर ब्रह्मवर्चसे आनादेन समेधय स्वाहा अग्नये स्वाहा ॐ सोमाये स्वाहा ॐ प्रजापते स्वाहा ॐ इन्द्राये स्वाहा ॐ सूर्यो ज्योति ज्योति सूर्य स्वाहा ॐ सूर्यो वर्च ज्योति वर्च स्वाहा ॐ ज्योति सूर्य सूर्य ज्योति स्वाहा ॐ सजुर्देविना सवित्रातिञ्जवशान सूर्यो वेतु स्वाहा ॐ भुरग्नाय प्राणाय स्वाहा इरमग्नाय प्राणाय इरं नामम् ॐ भूर्वायवे आपानाय स्वाहा इरं वायवे आपानाय इरं नामम् ॐ स्वरादित्याय व्यानाय स्वाहा इरमरादित्याय व्यानाय स्वाहा ॐ भूर्भुवस्वरग्नि वायवारितेभ्य प्राणापान व्यानेभ्य स्वाहा इरमग्नि वायवारितेभ्य प्राणापान व्यानेभ्य इदं नामम् ॐ आपो ज्योतिरसोऽमृतं ब्रह्मा भूर्भुवस्वरं स्वाहा ॐ यां वीरं देवगणं वातते दया मामया वीरा अग्नि वीरा विरं स्वाहा देव सवितर दुरितानि वादास्महेयन्मानं सनभास्म स्वाहा ॐ तस्मै विश्वादेव मयिनादिवान् योगस्मजोरानेनो वैशान्ति नमामि विरेवं स्वाहा गन्धर्वते नमः स्वाहा ॐ गर्भिमाताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ गौरीमाताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ कलशदेवताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ वरुणदेवताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ दुर्गामाताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ लक्ष्मीमाताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ सरस्वतीमाताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ गङ्गेमाताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ शैलपुत्राय नमः स्वाहा ॐ हनुमताय नमः स्वाहा ईशाय नमः स्वाहा ॐ नमः शिवाय नमः स्वाहा ॐ नमः शिवाय जय महादेवाय नमः स्वाहा ॐ लिंगं देवताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ देवताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ नवग्रहदेवताय नमः स्वाहा ॐ देवताय नमः स्वाहा
मुझको न भुला देना ओ भगवान मेरी नैया उस पार लगा देना अब तक जो आया आज भी बात
मातृपितृकलम्ब्यो नमः स्वाधा। ओम मातृपितृकलम्ब्यो नमः स्वाधा। ओम यदस्य कर्मणो अचारेर्चं यद्वानुना इहाकरम् अग्निष्टत् स्विष्टकृत विद्यात् सर्वं स्विष्टं सोतं करोतु मे अग्ने स्विष्टकृते हुते सर्वप्रयाचिताहुतीनं कामानं समर्दयित्रे सर्वानं कामान् समर्दय स्वाहा।
आरती करो श्री गणेश को। जय गणपति गौरी गणेश। रिद्धि सिद्धि नवनिधि विधाता ब्रह्म विष्णु
तस्य जाता पतिरेकयासे सदा
आरती करो श्री गणेश को। जय गणपति गौरी गणेश। रिद्धि सिद्धि नवनिधि विधाता ब्रह्म विष्णु जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणपति गौरी गणेश। जय जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणपति गौरी गणेश। Bye.
गणपति बाबा की जय, गणपति बाबा की जय।
We'll ask my brother Gautam to do us a tour in the big mission, and meantime I'll set up for we can do start Ramayan, so we stay with the time and the program, please. Is the fan on? Okay, so that is more.
Right here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's split our day. We got something else to do. I gotta go reach her.
She did from me. She did mention it.
Go bring that sheet for me sometime if
Hold this for me for a second when you go to something from the channel. Let me just go put something. I'm not supposed to be all right.
How is school? I can't complain.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Hey, we're going closer to the door. That good. I don't see that. Oh, good. I
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Ramayan, I'll take over from you.
Sit around patient everyone this morning. Welcome to the mandir. Our condolences to the family who's lost their father, husband, brother, and all the relationships that they had with this individual who's passed away. We're here to lend our support through our voices. It doesn't matter if we know to sing or if we can sing or if we, whatever we do, let's contribute to this family's hurt and pain. This bhajan is requested by Panditji because we grew up singing this bhajan before we sing Ramayan. To the Master himself, he's the ruler of the free world, Tina Lokapara Rajatihara. In all the 4 directions, he controls everything that happens. He has 1,000 hands and he's always there to help us in our times of need. तीन लोक पर राज तिहारा 4 कोट तेरा धाम रे रखियो नजर श्री राम रे रखियो नजर श्री राम तीन लोक पर राज तिहार 4 कोट तेरा धाम रे तू जो करे तो होई तुझसे ना दूजा कोई रखियो नजर श्री राम रखियो नजर श्री राम संकट को तारे तू ही, मुझसे उबारे तू ही, दुख भंजन तेरा नाम रे, रखियो नजर सिया। तीन लोक पर लाज तिहार, चार कोस तेरा नाम रे, तू जो करे तो होई, तुझसे ना तुझे हुई, रखियो नजर सिया रे, रखियो नजर, रखियो नजर सिया रे, रखियो नजर सिया, ओ रखियो नजर सिया रे, रखियो नजर सिया। One last glance, vision of his family. रखियो नजर सिया रे, रखियो नजर सिया। बोलो राजा रामचंद्र की एक और
The drum, huh?
Good. Who best can we chant the name of before we start Ramayan? But his servant, the Bhakt. Baby Haro. Everybody, please, we know this bhajan. We don't need books to sing. Join us. Baby Haro, Hanuman Mahaprabhu, जो कछु संकट होए हमारो, कौन सा संकट मोरे गरीब को, जो तुमसे नहीं जाते तारो। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो महाराज। जय 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 everyone, हनुमान गोसाई, जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो महाराज। तन में तुम्हारे शक्ति विराजे, मन भक्ति से भीना। तन में तुम्हारे शक्ति विराजे, मन भक्ति से भीना। जो जन तुम्हारी शरण में आई, जो जन तुम्हारी शरण में आई, दुख दर्द हरनी हनुमत, दुख दर्द हरनी महावीर प्रभु हम दुखियन के, महावीर प्रभु हम दुखियन के, तुम गरीब परिवार हनुमत, तुम गरीब परिवार हनुमत। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो महाराज। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो महाराज। बोलो बजरंगबली की। Testing 1 2 check.
Blessed souls, भाई और बहनों, माता और पिता, भक्तजनों, विप्रमंडली. It is indeed a great pleasure to have you in our complement this morning. We could have invited many people, but because of circumstances, we have chosen to have a small gathering in this beautiful mandir of ours, Shiv Shakti Hanuman mandir. While we have several hundreds streaming in live from various countries for us this morning, near families that are near, and friends and yajmans that are far, because we want to share the pyar. With that being said, we invite each and every one of you at very slightly different format. We just did Havan, a celebration of life for our father, and some of us who would have lost a close kith or kin. For us, 6 years ago, we lost our father, my father, Pandit Shastri Sundial. Recently, we lost an adopted mother of ours, Rini Bisnad, out of Toronto, originally from Betaho. We also lost a great friend in the community, Cyril Prasad. His wife is here. The father himself, Seunaraine Atwaru, a.k.a. Dost. And names are too numerous to mention here. But whoever would have lost a family, a brother, a friend, a mother, a father, we do this today out of something that is called humility. Out of humility, we sit here with love, with respect, and in unity in the name of Vedic Sanatan Dharma, to celebrate whatever little legacy that you have, whatever memory, emotions you have from those kith or kin or friends, and hope and trust that in the name of Dharma, we can do what is prescribed, as I will share this morning. What happens after the Shraddha Dikita is over? I want to make note of a very special person, while all of you are special. That our adopted father in Florida and mother, that is Dadaji, and Auntie Gladys, all the way from Williston, traveling the miles, hundreds of miles to be here this morning, we managed to Gita. This is why we do this, to celebrate, and let's enjoy and participate in this beautiful legacy of Sanatan Dharma, our ancestry. So we do a short Ramayan session, and then we have a second half where we will have some selected bhajans that's being put together. A little bit more on the harmony, please. सानी धापा सानी धापा धा सानी धापा धापा गपधानी सानी धापा धापा वक्रतुंडा महाकाय. Shall we all clasp our hands as we recite prayers? Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarva Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarva Agni Mile Purohitam Yajasya Devametwijam Yajnasya Devamretwijam Hotaram Hotaram Ratnadhatam Hotaram Ratnadhatam Vasudevam Sutam Devam Kansachano Maridam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagati Guru Krishnam Vande Jagati Guru Jai Krishna Hare Shri Krishna Hare Jai Krishna Hare Shri Krishna Jai Nandalala Jai 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 Nandalala Jai Jai Everybody, repeat from here. Jai Nandalala Jai 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 Nandalala Jai Jai Shri Radhe Govinda Man bajle Har ka pyara naam hai Shri Radhe Govinda Man bajle Har ka pyara naam hai Bolo Jai Nandalala Jai 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 Nandalala Jai Jai Shri Radhe Govinda Man bajle Har ka pyara naam hai Shri Radhe Govinda Gopala tera pyara naam hai Gopala tera pyara naam hai Nandalala tera pyara naam Radhe Govinda Man bajle Har ka pyara naam hai कोई कहे वसुदेवकी नंदन कोई कहे नंदलाला कोई कहे नंदलाला कोई कहे वसुदेवकी नंदन कोई कहे नंदलाला कोई कहे नंदलाला कोई कहे वसुदेवकी नंदन कोई कहे नंदलाला कोई कहे नंदलाला श्री राधे गोविंदा राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है कृष्णा जय राधे राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है प्रेम से बोलो कृष्णचंद्र भगवान की प्रेम से बोलो कृष्णचंद्र भगवान की प्रेम से बोलो कृष्णचंद्र भगवान की Beautiful, great energy. Ramayan, Ramayan, Ramayan. Relevance of yesteryear, relevance of this year, and relevance in the future to how you look at it. Introspection is very key in understanding the times of past, present, and future. Before we do Ramayan, it is mandatory we do Ramayan Sumiran. Dinna dinna nana 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 dinna Hare 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 Okay. I need a little favor. I feel the energy is really building up to something very momentous. Continuously, if we can get at least a couple people to keep clapping in tali, in timing, would enhance the sur of what we are doing today. Can we have a couple of volunteers? I'll leave that for you to participate. It's all about participation. It's all about involvement. It's all about interaction in the name of Krishna. So this morning, I'm just going to do two chaupai, two doha, very quickly. I will add 3 more chaupai. I'll make it shorter. We have to have fun. See, I'll tell you this. In Ayodhya Khan, Ramayan, as everybody knows, or Ramcharitmanas, has 7 Khan. And visualize your family tree is similarly of a tree that you would plant, or your grandparent would plant, or your father would plant. There's roots, there's a trunk, there are branches, there are leaves, there are beautiful flowers, and there are fruits. Each one of these parts of this beautiful book is narrated and composed to represent one of those various parts of this very same tree that we are thinking that our parents would have planted. Today we look at Ayodhya Khan, the trunk of this tree. And as we celebrate the life of an individual, some of us do not know, a few who know. It's a story that after the Srad, the Antishti Sanskar is being done, the Srad and the Gita is being done, what happens? Rewind to get you into this story. The Guru's name was Vashish Muni, explaining to the son that was there that life and death is very strange. There are two strange things. And what happens in this Doha? Let's hear what Tulsidas writes for all of us. सुनहुं भरत भावी प्रभला बिलाके कहू Muni Natha. Here Vashish Muni explaining to the son who was there present at that time, which is that of Bharat, that formidable is fate, life and death are all in God's hand. Your parent or your relative, whoever would it be for you, have completed their duties on earth. No need to mourn, but in my humble opinion, celebrate the little legacy that you have. After all, introspection, on the nose that you carry, the DNA exists of that root on each and every one of us. My dad, my father-in-law, he's shining somewhere. Dear sign shining somewhere. Beautiful chaupai to continue. What order was given by the Guru after that explanation to the son as to what life and death are to us? Let's listen for chaupai. I need everybody to join with me and sing. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Everybody. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. 1, 2, 3, start. Dinna 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 dinna. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. 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 In the back here. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram. Everybody. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Again. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jahang jasamune baraye sudina, Jahang jasamune baraye sudina, Taham tasa sahasa mandir sabdina. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jahang jasamune baraye sudina, Taham tasa sahasa mandir sabdina. Ram Siya Ram, Siya Ram Jai Jai Ram. 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 प्रेम से बोलो श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की जय. And it is beautiful chaupai. The Guru, in part of our Dharma Shastras, it is prescribed and suggested that we should try and follow the 16 sanskars, and one of them is to do your sanskar and take initiation, have a guru. Here, the richest man at that time, Raja Dasrath, had a guru. The family has a guru. Guru was someone, Vashish Muni now gives instruction to the son and the family what to do. Whatever order was given by the sage Vashish Muni, the son and the family carried out 1,000 times over. He bestowed abundant gifts on attainment of purity. What is purity? Let's find out in this last chaupai before we bring this to a closure with the following doha. Purity is explained. Bolo Ram 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 Bolo Ram. 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 Bolo Ram Ram. Everybody. Say Bolo Ram 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 Bolo Ram. Bolo Ram 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 Bolo Ram. Bhai Visudha, Bhai Visudha, diye sab dana, hinuwati gaj bahana nana. Bhai Visudha, diye sab dana, hinuwati gaj bahana nana. भाई भी सुधा दिए सब दाना, दिनवादी गज बहना नाना। भाई भी सुधा दिए सब दाना, दिनवादी गज बहना नाना। जय राम श्री राम, जय जय राम श्री राम, जय राम जय जय राम, जय राम श्री राम, जय जय राम श्री राम, जय राम जय जय राम, जय राम श्री राम, जय जय राम श्री राम, जय राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम. In this chaupai, Bhai Visudha diye sab dana, dhenu baji gaj bahana nana. Hindus believe, in the previous chaupai it says about after obtaining purity. Hindus believe when someone dies in your home, the domain becomes achut. Until the Srad is done. So after the Gita, lots of dan were giving out. Diye sab dana. In Trinidad, we will say open bandara. In Guyana, it's as prescribed. Here, nobody's wrong. In different parts of the world, they call it different names. Feeding people, giving dan, giving gifts, giving grains. These are all things that we will do. But when we give dan and we do the Gita, to bring this, what you call the 12th day, to a close. I'm not going to elaborate when you start counting and all this kind of stuff. It has a lot of mathematics for many people. It's very simple. We documented in page 3 something in Ayodhya Khan and page 684 in Garuda Puran. It's in English. Don't be bamboozled. Educate yourself. When we do Gita, in the name of the Lord, who do we sing to? Who do we submit our challenges in trying times like this? For all of us, if it does not hit you today, it will hit you tomorrow. It may hit you 6 months from now, or if it has hit you already. It's an experience when someone close to you passes on, nobody can explain. Who do we turn to in our Dharma Shastras? Krishna Krishna, Guru Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Guru Krishna. The beautiful name of the Divine Lord, the manifestation of Bhagwan Vishnu. Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Krishna Krishna. Let's sing. Very simple. Can you chant the name of Krishna? K R I S H N A. Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, oh Radhe. एक बार कृष्णा कृष्णा बोलो कृष्णा राधे राधे बोलो कृष्णा महामाया के कोट के ताले ऐसे नाम से प्रीत लगा ले मन मंदिर में ज्योत जगा ले मिल जाए कृष्णा 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 बोलो कृष्णा राधे राधे बोलो कृष्णा Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Krishna Radhe Radhe, Bolo Krishna. महामाया के क्रोध के ताले ऐसे नाम से प्रीत लगा ले मन मंदिर में ज्योत जगा ले मिल जाएगी कृष्णा 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 हे बोलो कृष्णा राधे राधे बोलो कृष्णा Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Bolo Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Bolo Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Bolo Krishna. प्रेम से बोलो श्री कृष्ण भगवान की जय. Just one line of what this beautiful song means. Falling in love in the name of the Lord, Sing the name of the Lord, the light, and light the flame of the temple in your mind. When there is light, there is heat. When we do Agni Puja just now, when there is light, there is heat, there is energy. It becomes science. Rigveda. Last Chaupai to bring this to a closure. उमापति महादेव की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। उमापति महादेव की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। सियावत रामचंद्र की जय, शरणम प्रभु। प्रेम से बोलो श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की जय। And this beautiful doha to bring this part to a closure. This doha is so powerful as Bharat executes the direction given by the guru of the family, Vashish Muni. In summary, Singasana Bhushana, Vasana Anadharani, Dhan, this underlining word is Dhan Dhama. Lots of ornaments, costumes, food grains, money were giving out. And everyone in the village, in the kingdom of Ayodhya, in the Raghulkul dynasty, were very happy and delighted. And when you give dan, there's a message for us here. You accept there's law in English language, law of giving and law of receiving. When you give in one hand with your heart, kasamse. In one hand. What is the first thing you give before you give money? Give grains. The grains come from Mother Earth. Who do we do puja to? Dharti Ma. A beautiful song comes from it. I'm not going to sing it, but just give you. Nile gagan ki thale, dharti ka pyar phale. In this doha, everyone becomes happy. And when the Srad and Gita finishes and we have satsang like this, our intention is to make sure everybody be happy mentally, spiritually, culturally, and every kali that you can fix. In this kali, what do we sing? Ye zindagi ek safar है सुहाना, यह कल क्या हो किसने जाना। This morning rather, Daraji, the Bengal tiger himself, all the way from Williston. Let's clap for him. On harmonium, Kota Singh, all the way from Boris. Resides now in Ft.Lauderdale. On Dolak, our very own Debo. Lauderhill. On keyboard and sound engineer, our very own, our brother, Rishi Lal. Yuvi and Devin and Dantal, Dr. and Majira, and all of you beautiful people singing together, clapping together, to make it momentum very joyous and be happy. जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना यहाँ चले क्या हो किसको जाना जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना यहाँ चले क्या हो किसको जाना हंसते गाते यहाँ से गुजरे दुनिया की तू परवाने करे हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजरे मुस्कुराते हुए दिन बिताना यहाँ कर ले क्या हो किससे जाना जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना यहाँ कर ले क्या हो किससे जाना जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना यहाँ कर ले क्या हो किससे जाना यहाँ कर ले क्या हो किससे जाना यहाँ कर ले क्या हो किसने जाना प्रेम से बोलो शिव शंकर भगवान की. All this beautiful story are the legwork and the mastermind of that master himself, Bhagwan Shiva. With that being said, I want to bring this part to a closure. Thank you for your listening pleasure and your participation, and we'll have a bhajan, or we can go straight into the second part of the program. Sure. Are you ready? So, that's okay. So, we can take a bhajan in the meantime. Okay. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Hari Om. We have a beautiful second half, much better than what I did, for you now, for your listening pleasure and your enjoyment.
Yeah, you do that.
No, you do that.
You do that.
Mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, friends, well-wishers, associates and acquaintances. We are gathered here as a celebration of Seunaraine Atwaru's life. Those of you who knew him would have seen his life played out in real time. Those of you who do not, or did not, allow us a few moments to show you the flashback for a few minutes.
दरिया का है
And so with the magic of technology, we have rewounded almost 83 years of an individual's life, telescoped and compressed into 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Often we think about life is short. Never do we think how short. शरीर में जितने शक्ति हैं, हृदय में जितनी भक्ति है, मस्तिष्क में जितना ज्ञान है, इन तीनों से आपकी आत्मा का नमस्कार करता हूँ. With all the powers of my body, with all the knowledge of my mind, and with all the devotion in my heart, I welcome you here this afternoon. It is a memorial service, and we've heard the religious interpretation of the memorial, but there is the social side of memorial. There's the human side of memorial, what we remember of the individual. And one individual with 1,000 people will have 1,000 different memories of the same exact thing. It is never a cookie cutter memory, because the experience is individual and personal. So this afternoon, we have a few items of memorial. The slideshow was the first. But he was born in a time where the songs that we heard were different from the ones that we heard today. So we will go back to that time when our first song comes from Dada. And that one talks about the world being a world of fun and enjoyment. Dunya ka maza le lo. After that, we have a contribution from his granddaughter, Dubi. So Dubi, be on standby. And if you need to alert your musicians, let them know now. All yours, Dara.
Chalo जितने नजारे हैं तुम्हारी हैं, दुनिया के जितने नजारे हैं तुम्हारी, ये फूल तुम्हारी है, ये तारे तुम्हारी, ये चंदा तुम्हारी है, चंदा तुम्हारी है, चंदनिया तुम्हारी है, चंदा तुम्हारी है, चंदिया तुम्हारी है। दुनिया का मजा ले लो, दुनिया का मजा ले लो, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया का मजा ले लो, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, ये दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, ये दुनिया तुम्हारी है। दुनिया का मजा ले लो, दुनिया का मजा ले लो, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया का मजा ले लो, दुनिया तुम्हारी है, दुनिया तुम्हारी है।
I'm sure you can give a better round of applause than that. Before Duvi come on, we'll invite the president of the Mandir, Kamla, to give a few words from the leadership of this wonderful Mandir. And while she's coming up, that song captured the moments in time of the black and white era of Bollywood, when lyrics and songs and music were composed to rules and regulation that represented the emotions of the time. And now we have a message from Kamla.
Seunaraine devotees, on behalf of the members of the Shiv Shakti Hanuman mandir, a warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you. To those of you who are visiting our mandir for the first time, Pranam, Seunaraine, and a warm welcome and thank you for coming out. To Pandit Sarva, who is one of our local Pandits here at the mandir, we thank you and DDG for hosting this event at our humble mandir. I do not know Papaji personally, but from the stories that I've heard and what I've seen, it's a great honor to be holding this event here in remembrance of his life. We would like to extend our condolences to DDG and Panditji on the loss of their father, father-in-law, and to the girls on the loss of their grandfather. There's not much that I can say except that losing a loved one is not easy. No matter how old we get, we will always miss our parents. We always hold that special memories in our heart. And for those of you who still have your parents alive, cherish them, honor them, worship them, because you never know when tomorrow may be their last day. Spend time with them, check on them, call them to see how they're doing. It's so important for parents. I want to thank you again, and also to invite you to come out tomorrow for our Seunaraine Puja with Pandit Shaki. I know we have a full program planned, and I don't want to keep up too much of your time, so enjoy the rest of the better half of the program. The vibration in this mandir is so powerful. When I walked in this morning with the songs and the bhajans, it felt awesome. So thank you again. Thank you to everyone, and Seunaraine.
Thank you very much, Kamla. Reminding us to call our parents, and in my case, my parents called me to check upon me. And now for the presentation from Duvi, one of Sadhu's granddaughter, and that's another name that he goes by, which was given to him by Pandit Sarvanand. And this song, or this presentation, is a presentation of friendship, a friendship that she shared with her granddad. And the friendship transcended the lyrics of the song because she wrote her own lyrics, and in this presentation, you will hear them all. Duvasana Bisudaya.
कोई जब राह न पाए मेरे संग आए के पग पग दीप जलाए मेरी दोस्ती मेरा प्यार मेरी दोस्ती मेरा प्यार कोई
And that song of friendship is not only between the granddaughter and the grandfather, but it transcends our lives also. But as she interacted with him, her own lyrics came from observation. Once again, Duvasana Visundara.
So, a regular Thursday. He sits in the brown recliner and turns on the television with the quick press of a button. The voice of Drew Carey challenging my nanny's clanging of pots at 11 in the morning. I relax in the chair next to him, eating my breakfast, as I hear him speaking to the television screen, as I hear him guessing the prices of the items, as I hear him arguing with the contestants. I raise my head at the same time he chooses to turn towards me and make a comment about how they should have kept the money they had instead of gambling it all. I smile, entertained with his animated and jovial nature, yet something pulls in the back of my mind, reminding me that his comment did not come from a place of inexperience. As time passes, I watch him settle deeper into the comfy recliner at noon. He calls for my grandmother and reminds her for the third time, the young and the restless is about to begin. Again, he talks to the television screen, slightly hoping that the characters would hear his comments, would hear him begging for them to not make a certain decision. But as usual, they fall on deaf ears with only Nani and I as witnesses. I do not pay attention to the show as much as I pay attention to the man who was busy remarking on a character's deception and wickedness. I hold his warm hand, larger compared to my dainty one, and lightly pinch the wrinkles on the surface, laughing when he playfully says ouch. My gaze becomes stuck on him, his eyes instead glued to Victor Newman, as I make every effort to commit him to my memories. My mind jots down the clothes he is wearing, a simple white vest and blue shorts. My mind jots down the sound of his voice, marked by the lilt of his words in a heavy Guyanese accent. However, my mind takes more importance in jotting down the details of his face. A thick white mustache that has grown out, a contrast to his usual trim since his young days, a plethora of wrinkles that betrays the passage of his time, a sag to his cheeks that replaces any sign of joy with exhaustion and weariness, eyes that look mostly empty, containing only a tenth of the playfulness he had 5 years ago. This is the face of a hardworking man that has already lived his life to its full capacity. This is the face of a man that is ready to make his journey home. My thoughts are broken by dramatic music on the television as I briefly return my attention to the show. After a second or two, I turn back to Nana, who looks at me with the same set of eyes, now widened in childlike wonder, and asks, "Did you see that?" I nod my head in agreement. Yes, I did.
Oftentimes you hear people say, be careful what you say. Children are listening. And Duvasana's recollection of her Nana is a different message. Be careful what you do. Children are looking. And now for the next song from Duvasana.
ये दोस्ती हम नहीं तोड़ेंगे हम मगर तेरा साथ ना छोड़ेंगे ये दोस्ती हम नहीं तोड़ेंगे हम मगर तेरा साथ ना छोड़ेंगे
as we jump around the timeline of his life, Roshni took us to 1964 with Koi Jabaraha Napai, 1975 Ye Dosati.
It's Dubi. It's morning.
Oh, I was just looking at Roshni's name because she's speaking next. My bad.
Let's give Kishore a round of applause, please.
Vipassana took us to 1964, then at 1975 with Sholay. And both of them were songs of friendship. And some of the other songs we'll have Dara take us to Gaye Jagit Milan Ke, because these songs were the era that they represented. And if you look around this room, it's in the memories etched, not only because of chronological age, because of the sustainability of the lyrics that was written in those days and the kind of music that was written in those days. I will challenge any one of you to find me a song that's being made today that someone in this room is going to sing 50 years from now. Until this day, when you hear that song played, no matter where you hear it play, if there is a certain generation of people around, it would elicit a comment as though it's an affirmation to something we already know. And the comment is, that you call tune. The next song that Sarvanan is going to do for us, my dad would sing this song. Ironically, he would sing it lying on the step of the house when there was a flood in the yard. I don't know if it was a prophecy. I don't know if it was intuition. I don't know if he knew that there was going to be a flood. But the song was, Sansara hai ek nadiya dukh sukh do kinare hai.
Beautiful songs.
So what is sansar? Dukh or sukh? I asked him one day, we're gonna do puja. we're gonna worship. He said, Nabai, I am already highly spirited. I sat with him one day. I tell him I'm his best son-in-law. He said, Nabai. I asked him, why you say that? I don't qualify? He said, listen to this. Jai Ganesh, Jai Ganesh, Jai Ganesh Deva, Mata Janki Parvati, Pita Mahadeva. He has two elder son-in-law, one named Ganesh and one named Pita. So meet him on the inside. Sare ga pa dha sa re ga re sa ni dha pa ma re sa. संसार है एक नदिया, सुख दो किनारे, संसार है एक नदिया, सुख दो किनारे, ना जाने कहाँ जाए हम बहती धारी है, हम बहती धारी है। चलते हुए जीवन की रफ्तार में एक राग में एक सुर में संसार की हर शय, संसार की शय है, एक ताल पे बारिश की चांद सितारे हैं, ना जाने कहाँ जाए हम बहती धारी हैं, हम बहती धारी धरती पे अंबर की आँखों से बरसती है, धरती पे अंबर की आँखों से बरसती है, एक रोज ये ही बूंदे फिर बादल बनती है, फिर बादल बनती है, बने बिगाड़ने की दस्तूर में सारे हैं, ना जाने कहाँ जाए हम बहती धारी है, संसार है एक नदिया, संसार है एक नदिया, संसार नदिया हो संसार है एक नदिया हो संसार है एक नदिया
Thank you very much, sir. And I wouldn't call you Duvi because this is the time for Roshni.
Namaste, everyone. I would like to say, first of all, thank you for each and every one of you for coming out on a Sunday morning. I know for kids it's a 3-day weekend, and I really appreciate everyone who came here, maybe directly from the night shift or people who just made the effort to wake up early on a weekend. I really appreciate it. I have a very unique relationship with my grandfather. I was one of the only people that would call him by his actual name. So whenever him and my nanny would always get into problems, she would always say, Seunaraine, what you do here? And when I was younger, I thought it was real funny because I was a mimic. So whenever we would hang out and he would do something, I would say, Seunaraine, what you do here? And then the joke ended up going back and forth. And I ended up calling him Seunaraine, and he ended up calling me Seunaraine. He had a name for every single one of us, from Koi to Hai to Ram Goat Liver to Seunaraine to Moesha. I don't think there's one of us that ever really called him Nana, but he liked it that way. And every day when I was younger, I would call his phone. His was the first phone number I memorized, even before I knew how to speak properly. He would always call me and say, go check, my daddy front door. And every day I would go and check the front door, and he was not there because he lived in New York. And then I would always start a fight when I realized he was playing tricks. That was his favorite pastime. He had different stories for each of us. For me, he convinced me his belly was so big because he swallowed a watermelon seed when he was a kid. He needed space for the watermelon to grow. For my other cousin, when she asked why his belly was so big, he said it's because he loved eating fried fish, so he had to drink so much water so the fish could swim around. He would always make fun of me, saying that he could whistle and brush his teeth at the same time, and I couldn't. At the time, I didn't know the only reason he could do that was because he had dentures. My favorite memory was when he called me, giggly and high, after a few drinks, saying, you know me little daughter Vio? You sound just like a sheep. For those who may not know, my mom is his youngest daughter, and he did indeed call her Vio. Nana loved and laughed with all of us, and it'll be hard not to hear him say, tell me something, even if it's lie self. And as I'm learning to accept that he has passed on, one thing I've realized is just grief is the perseverance of love. And I know in this room, I may not know every single one of you personally, but I know we've probably experienced someone close to us passing within the last 2 years, with COVID, with health, with anything else. And I just want to say, it really helps to have people around you that are really supporting you. And sometimes it's really hard because you may have 15 years with someone, 60 years with someone, 83 years with someone, and it's just never enough. And that's okay. And it's okay to remember them fondly. It's okay to mourn, but it's also okay to just celebrate the life that they had, the relationship that you had with him or them. So I just want to say thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to wish everyone Sitaram.
What began as his prank telling the grandkids that he was at the front door, when he didn't get them on the phone, he would leave a voicemail telling them that he's at the front door. So after he passed away, all the grandkids began sharing that voicemail. Look, Ajo called me, telling me he's outside. So that's the souvenir that he left for them now. Next we have a song from Angie. Then after that we'll hear one more from Dada. As we continue in the memory to celebrate the memory and the life of Mr. Seunaraine Atwaru, known by so many other names and nicknames, regionally and professionally. Now we go to Angie.
जब जब बहार आए और फूल मुस्कुराए, मुझे तुम याद आए, मुझे तुम याद आए। जब जब बहार आए और फूल मुस्कुराए, मुझे तुम याद आए, मुझे तुम याद आए। जब जब विचार निकला और तारे जगमगाए, मुझे तुम याद आए, मुझे तुम याद आए। सपना कोई तराना मैंने नहीं बनाया, अपना कोई तराना मैंने नहीं बनाया। तुमने मेरी लबों पे हर एक सुर सजाया। जब जब मेरे तराने दुनिया ने गुनगुनाए, मुझे तुम याद आए, मुझे तुम याद आए। एक प्यारी और वफा सी तस्वीर
And as we strolled through the streets of the golden 60s, Jab Jab Bahar Aaye, a song most poignantly penned to display the love and memory using the elements of nature. When you would step outside and see the flowers blossom, it would bring a smile to my face because I only think of you. Thank you very much for that song. And the next we go back to Dara for Suhani Raat, the evergreen Suhani Raat that we all go to the National Cultural Center in the National Park to see everybody model saris to Suhani Raat and nobody can play it right.
जाने हम कब आएंगे
Live game story, right?
Okay, so I have to say this. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a voice of Dadaji. A voice that has been distilled by nostalgia and aged to perfection. And I'm sure my dad would appreciate my metaphorical use of this ingredients in the brewery of this song. Because he loved his drinks when he heard this song. From the movie Delary, 1949, and we can never forget these movies because my dad would randomly speak facts when he had a few drinks. And one of the things he would repeat was the year of his birth. So for a number of years, whenever I know I have to fill out a form, I would always remember my dad's date of birth, but never my mom's. Until I had to find something to associate it with. And she was born in 1942, so I called her the Hitler lady. She didn't quite appreciate it, but it helped me to remember her birthday. At this time, the reason for the gathering and one of the main pillars of my dad's memory in his recent years is my youngest sister, Vio. She's known to you as Divina. And let's hear from her.
Sitaram to each and every one of you. Our dad was unique, funny, and definitely special. Hunaha. That was not only a bunch of syllables he put together, but an inside joke known only to us. When Sarah and I travel, we would call to talk with both Dad and Mom. And he would ask, where are you going again? So I'd say Palm Beach, St. Lucie, Orlando. Some of the places he knew when visited, some he didn't. So he started gauging by distances. So he said, how far from home? So I'll say about an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. So based on distance, he'd say, ayo go hookah? Meaning behind Dad back.
Oh.
So that's how Hunaha came about. And he would call me Dad, especially when Mom was around. So he could start a fight. She'd say, don't call me that to Hunaha. You know, I got nothing better to say. His response was always, see, you put me in trouble. Me there close, you there far. And we would both start laughing, and that would start our conversation. This was a daily occurrence until Mom finally figured him out and stopped responding. Mom and Dad were inseparable. He would go early to mandir and take her purse so he could put it on the seat next to him to save it for her. Dad retired from the Ministry of Health in Guyana after 36 years of service from the Department of Vector Control. He was never late or absent. Actually, he was very astute, to say the least. Funny story. One of his employees tried to get over him. He said, "Boss, my grandmother dead. Me need some time off." Dad said, "Okay, take a week and I'll cover for you." A few months later, the same employee came with another grandmother dead. As skeptical as Dad was, he gave him 4 days with the same offer as before to cover for him. However, Dad went to his desk and made a note quietly. Sure enough, the now famous employee came again with the same grandmother death. So Dad asked, "How many grandmother you got?" He said, "2, why?" Dad responded by asking for the death certificate. The man replied, "Boss, she never dead." Dad responded, "I know," and pulled out his notepad. His work ethic was second to none, and he brought the same dedication to JFK, where he worked as vault security for KLM, Lufthansa, and other airlines until he also retired from that job. Our dad was a man of integrity and very hardworking. He was loved by everyone. He retired with all his staff, including his boss, and the director, calling him Chach. Not many were Indians, but they understood the meaning. He would always have a hearty laugh when one of his friends, a Jamaican lady, bellowed from across the other end of the building in greeting, "Chachi!" She couldn't say Chach, but she was excited to greet him. For his retirement party, the director for KLM Cargo, Doug, personally flew into New York from Holland to spend time with and to congratulate Dad for excellent service and dedication to the company. With his job came another one of his funny stories. Dad's responsibilities were very high, and as such, he had to be aware of the details and fine prints around him. The goal is always to get flights as fast as possible back up in the air with its cargo, because the longer it's on the ground, the more charges the company incurs. So the can of valuables were packed and ready to go. The call was made for the police and other security to escort the can containing valuables to the flight. Imagine the entourage of cop cars, about 20 of them flying down the runway, heading to the flight, reached and ready to offload the can onto the flight. But there's a question. Where's the can? Only to find out the can of valuable flew off the truck onto the runway unprotected and unnoticed. Wow. He said it was like looking at the Three Stooges on the security monitor. Mom took excellent care of Dad, and in my humble opinion, extended his life. My dad got his wishes of having his mental faculties fully functional to his last breath. Didn't want it to be bedridden, never wanted to be on any machines, and finally go peacefully. He achieved all of the above and more. Him and my mom finished puja Diwali Day, November 4th, 2021. While watching his favorite show, told Mom his chest was paining. Give him 2 Tylenol. She did, and turned to take the glass into the kitchen. 1 minute later, he was on his way to his heavenly abode. Our parents are very fortunate to have 5 children, 9 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Their support system is amazing, from chauffeur to escorts and everything in between. Our family may not say "I love you" very often, but our actions speak louder. We'll be there for each other anytime. My elder sister, Aruni, refused to leave Dad's side until his last breath. My brothers, Kishore, Ramesh, and sister Nadira did their very best for Dad to his last. I kept hearing Dad's voice saying, "You there far, but we'll always be close." I learned of Dad's passing a few hours before I board my flight to visit him after he was discharged from hospital. I spoke with him Diwali Day on the 3rd of November 2021. I video chatted with him and Mom, showed them our home and how it's lighted. He said to Mom, "Dada, the gal house look like Ayodhya. Very beautiful." Then he said to me, "Don't show me your food because me not get none." I said to him, "I'll freeze whatever you want and I'll bring it." I did take it, even though I knew he couldn't eat it. As every migrant coming into this country for the first time would like to go back home to bury or cremate, Dad was no exception. Mom told him she'll do her final rites here because her family now resides here. He says, "Okay, then me want the same." Dad told Mom to book her ticket with Kishore to go to Guyana about 1.5 months prior. Also, he told his cousins in Guyana he wouldn't be coming, so take care of Bauji. They told him he'll feel better and would go with her. Dad said no, he's going to see Jaso Auntie. That's his cousin's mother that had passed a few years ago. The chain of events following that statement made me think Dad planned everything. Between the time that ticket was purchased to the time of flying, Dad departed and all his final rites were performed and completed the day before Mom and my brother went to Guyana, so they could have taken his ashes with them. Everything was seamless and smooth with our dad's transition. Our family misses him tremendously, but today we're celebrating his legacy. He had a life well lived and on his terms. The first half of his life, his best friends were El Dorado and vodka. But after he got older, he changed association and became closer with Bhagwan. He was a man of few words, but rallied his troops well. From his eldest to youngest, when he summons, you better assemble, because that doesn't happen very often. I hope with my insight, I was able to create a picture for all of you to have an idea of who our dad was. I'll leave you with one final joke, and these are all original. Dad went into the deli where they live in New York to pick up something. He couldn't get past the lady in front of him because she was too big. So we all know, you big and the deli is small, the pathway is small. So he couldn't go around the narrow entrance. Dad said, "Excuse me, ma'am," about 2 times, but wasn't successful. Keep in mind, Dad was about 5 feet 2 or 3 inches and barely weighed 145. He tapped the lady on her shoulder and asked very innocently, Since when they moved the Statue of Liberty and put Shihi? The lady looked, kissed her teeth, stepped aside, and this was all demonstrated, by the way. And Dad said, thank you, went about his business. I could still hear him laughing, telling me these stories historically. This is how I would like to remember our dad. Namaste.
Namaste.
My dad worked for the Ministry of Health, like you heard. But he's the only person that took my mom to the hospital. They kept him and sent her home. That's a true story that actually happened.
Oh my God. Huh.
He was a man of few words, but they would hit you like a jab because he had some interesting things to say. He doesn't speak very much, and like Theo said, El Dorado was his best friend, and he wasn't a Spanish conquistadores either. I remember going to a jandi with him one time, and they had a buffet style. They had the food on one table and all the soda on the other table. I'm walking in front, he's behind me, we picked up everything. And I got to the table with the drinks, and I turned around and looked at him and says, Dad, I waited a lot of years to ask you this, but what you drinking? And he busted out laughing. Thank you very much, Vio, for painting that picture. Now we go to the next few items before we wrap up the program this afternoon. And this comes from Shivani and Shani. And you guys decide who goes first.
Sitaram and Namaste, everyone. Although I did not personally know Uncle, he seemed like a really, really fun guy to be around. And I do hope that this pays tribute to his memory and his legacy, and we hope that you enjoy these next couple of songs. चाहूंगा मैं तुझे साँझ सवेरे, फिर भी कभी अब नाम को तेरे आवाज़ में ना दूँ, आवाज़ में ना दूँ।
I wouldn't think that you didn't know him, because that was another one that he sang over and over and then again.
So this next selection, or item I should say, is a medley. So I heard a lot of people singing in the last song, so please sing any of the songs that you know in this set. जाऊं कहाँ बताए दे, दुनिया बड़ी है संग दिल, चांदनी आई घर चलाने, सूझ न कोई मंजिल, जाऊं कहाँ बताए दे, दुनिया बड़ी है संग दिल, चांदनी आए घर चलाने, सूझ न कोई मंजिल, जाऊं कहाँ बताए दे। मन के तो जब कोई बात बिगड़ जाए, जब कोई मुश्किल पड़ जाए, तुम रहना साथ मेरा, वो हमनवा, ना कोई है ना कोई था, जिंदगी है तुम्हारे सिवा, तुम रहना साथ मेरा, वो हमनवा, तुम रहना साथ मेरा, वो हमनवा, किया है प्यार जिसे हमने जिंदगी की तरह, किया है प्यार जिसे हमने जिंदगी की तरह, वो शराबी मिला अजनबी की तरह, किया है प्यार जिसे हमने जिंदगी की तरह।
And those were actually his favorite, with the exception of Jab Koi Baat Bigar Jahe, because he liked the song that had little rhythms in it.
Check. Sitaram, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I am Uncle Kishore's adopted daughter from New York and now Florida. And this set that I will do is definitely more slowed down, a lot less rhythmic, but still, if you know these songs, which I assume everyone will, do please sing along. चेहरा है जैसे झील में खिलता या जिंदगी की सांस पे छीनी हुई गज़ल
While that was going on, our eldest sister, she texted and said, if Dad listened to this, he's definitely in heaven. Before we go to the closing vote of thanks, I have a few words that I prepared, and I scripted it so I don't spend longer than I should. For those of you who do not know me, allow me to introduce myself. Vio, or Divina as she is known here in the South. Her dad is my father. She calls him Daddy. I call him Old Bhai. Or sometimes the old man. In this celebration of the life of Seunaraine Atwaru, we've heard quite a bit of who he was and who he will continue to be. Especially for those of us who have had direct and prolonged interactions with him. And in this celebration of life, we've also heard it referred to as the journey of life. Some philosophies even believe that the journey continues after the event of death. Be that as it may, the consensus is that there is a journey. And that as with every journey, the traveler experiences and indulges in the sensory offerings of where they visit. So let's celebrate. चलत मुसाफिर मोलिया रे पिंजरे वाली मुन्निया चलत मुसाफिर मोलिया रे पिंजरे वाली मुन्निया चलत मुसाफिर मोलिया रे पिंजरे वाली मुन्निया हलवैया दुकनिया उर बैठी हलवैया दुकनिया उर बैठी हलवैया दुकनिया बर्फी के सब रस ले लिया रे पिंजरे वाली बर्फी के सब रस ले लिया रे पिंजरे वाली मुन्निया बर्फी के सब रस. And the traveler in this song is not the ones we talked about. The traveler in this song is a bird. And that bird stopped in a halwaya dukanya, in a sweet shop. And in that sweet shop, what do you expect to find? Sweets. And so the bird enjoyed all the sweets and all the barfi. And while most times that we hear this song, it's in a celebratory setting, not a memorial setting. The message is very philosophical. But the setting in which we hear the song overpowers the philosophy of the song itself. And let us recognize today, as I call your attention to this song, that the journey of life that you travel on, be aware of where you stop. Because wherever you stop, you will indulge and sometimes pick up less than favorable habits. That was no different. Along his journey, he made a stop that haunted him for 45 years. He was living in an age and a time when the environment was rough, life was rough, and everyone around to cope with that hard times and that hard life with hard drinking. He was no exception. But his journey of life continued, and the next stop was Perseverance Estate on the Essequibo coast. And on that stop, he met his beautiful bride. And like a wholesome story scripted for a rustic Bollywood movie, she was coming from the rice fields with her clothes covered in mud, while he was coming the other way. She did not even look at him. She had no idea who he was, and he had no idea who she was. But in her head, she was thinking, Where is my uncle going with these strange people? I've never even seen them before. The entire Perseverance estate had less than 125 people. Everyone knew everyone. These strangers stood out like a Rastafarian at a Hare Krishna convention. In the late 50s, they were married. We cannot talk about my dad without talking about my mom. After they were married, Seunaraine Atwaru's life changed forever. My dad's mother he doesn't know her. She passed away when he was 3 months old. He did not know what maternal love is. He did not have a female influence in his life. He knew farm life, and he knew the ways of the village. My mother is the only love he knew, and she became his protector. Ever had a song stuck in your head that you can't get out and it annoys you because you never liked the song either? All these songs that we sang for him today, he did not really know them. He knew the first line of the song. And when he was drunk, he would sing them 100 and 150 times over and over and over while you're trying to sleep to go to school the next day. I would come out of my room and yell at him and tell him harsh words. Then his protector will come out and yell at me and tell me not to yell at him, because he is someone's child too. She was not sleeping, or maybe couldn't sleep. But she saw as a matter of duty to watch over him and be his protector. And in the wee hours of the morning, she will give me wisdom. When my brain was numb from the lack of sleep, she would say to me, a drunk man is like a child. You never leave them alone. They can hurt themselves. And that is only one of the instances where wisdom and duty was demonstrated by my mom. And for almost 64 years, she never faltered. To the day he literally took his last breath. When he literally took his last breath, while they were waiting for the paramedics to arrive, my mom physically went to her altar and told her God that he is coming. Prepare for his arrival. She knew. As far as tributes and memories go, we've sung songs for my dad, songs that we know he liked. But what would it be a song that we sang or sing for our mom? More than that, what would be a song for my mom from my dad? That poetic masterpiece was writing itself into their lives on the morning of April 22nd, 1958. It was a Tuesday, when they both walked around the ceremonial fire to begin their lives. The world may not have heard of them. The world may not have heard of their story. But in 1969, it heard a song. A song that seemed to have captured their life in lyrics. कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा. And indeed, Dad's life was that kora kagaz, that blank page. And he's telling to my mom that his life is a blank page, devoid of maternal love and childhood affection. लिख लिया नाम इस पे तेरा.
Who's that next player?
Then she came into his life and wrote her name all over it. कोरा कागज था ये मन मेरा, लिख लिया नाम इस पे तेरा. सोना आंगन था जीवन मेरा, बस गया प्यार इस पे तेरा. Sona Angan tha ye man mera. And in this open front yard that I have, when every one of us know in the front yard we will plant flowers and tulsi plants and everything that bright and brilliant, his front yard was empty. But when she arrived, bas gaya pyar tera, is pe tera, then love began to bloom. And the movie was called Aradhana. That could have been the title of their biography, because Aradhana is devotion, dedication, worship. Their love blossomed and bloomed incrementally with the arrival of their children. What was once a sapling in a vast field of life towered like an oak, providing shade and comfort for his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. His jolly laughter reverberated in the room as he entertained them. They shrieked and ran when he playfully pinched them. And they all giggled when he gave them unique nicknames. And then one evening in November of 2021, the laughter's faint echo quietened like a weakened Doppler signal. The shrieks quietened, but the nicknames became a treasured memory, worn with pride as a parting gift from Nana, from Aja. And from that moment, he was transformed from Dad, Nana, Aja, Olbai, Seunaraine, to a memory that we will keep with us forever. तेरी याद साथ है. मैं जहाँ रहूं, मैं कहीं कहूं, तेरी याद साथ है. मैं जहाँ रहूं, मैं कहीं कहूं, ये जो दिल की बात है. कहने को साथ अपने इस दुनिया चलती है, पर चुपके इस दिल में तन्हाई पलती है. बस यार साथ है, तेरी याद साथ है, तेरी याद We may tend to think and take comfort that wherever we go, we have the world with us, illusioned by our possessions. But the reality is, quietly, secretly, there will always be that private loneliness in our heart that only memories can fill. बस याद साथ है. Not just any memory, but memories only of you. तेरी याद साथ है. And now for the vote of thanks.
Let's get to shore and sing a wonderful song for the expression of love in a moment of celebration at this point in time. Vote of thanks, and right shortly after then, we'll probably take one final bhajan from a special person to us, Tota, Pure, and then we'll have stand for it.
When I moved to Florida, when I moved to Florida many years ago, my parents were very apprehensive. Subsequently, they look forward to meeting my extended family. After Dad's passing, my husband reached out to many of you with this heartbreaking development. The outpouring of support was amazing. Some of you offered to come over to the home. Some of you offered to bring food. Some of you do whatever it takes. And some of you called almost every day when I was in New York to check up on me. For that, I'm forever grateful. Many nights, most of you were on Zoom, sending positive vibrations and prayers. Even though I didn't know who you were there, it didn't matter. You were there anyway. For that, our family is forever grateful. When I came back from New York and returned to Mandir for the first time, you were all waiting. With open arms. It felt like coming home. For that feeling of love is priceless. Once again, your outpouring of love for our family, making sacrifices to be here with us by either driving or flying, renting a hotel or staying with family is admirable. You didn't have to, but wanted to support our family in celebration of our dad's life. For that, we're honored. To the executives and members of the Shiv Shakti Hanuman Mandir, thank you all. Thank you for all you've done for us in helping to prepare this event. Many of you ask, what can I bring? With the many offers to prepare our meals, Uncle Errol, Sherry, Uncle Chan, Uncle Evans, what can I tell you to bring? This kind of love and support is second to none. Even as we speak, devotees of this mandir are still helping in the kitchen. This support is indeed priceless. Thank you again. To Raj and Gayatri, thank you both very much for always willing and ready to help our family. We're very grateful for all your love and support. To Nad and Romeo, Simone and Robert, you guys are amazing. Thank you all for your love and continued support. Dada, Auntie Gladys, words are limited when it comes to thanking you both. You've acted like parents. When we first met so many years ago. Thank you for your unconditional love and support always, and for gracing this memorable occasion. To Angie, Sankar, thank you very much for coming. Your presence means so much to our family. I'm very grateful for all you do and continue to do. Thank you. To Rishi and Anita, words are not enough to thank you both. Since we've met you guys, you've all been here for us, even before being the kids' godparents. Thank you very much for being a part of our lives and for your continued support. To my big brother Kishore, when I invited him here to this function, we were sitting in Mom's living room in December because I went back after that fast. He said, I can't make that. I have things planned. A few days later, he called and said, I booked. What's the program and what do you need help with? To everyone, he may be an artist, an acclaimed MC, movie producer and director, among other things. But to me, he's my loving and cunning big brother. I'll share my cunning story with you. When I was little, he encouraged me to steal Mom condensed milk. I said, but we'll get caught. He said, no. He punctured 2 holes in the can, poured the milk out on the floor. Take these 2 fingers. Oh yeah, okay, see? And he made paw prints from the cupboard, away from the cupboard, and he emptied the can and replaced it in the cupboard. Dad came in and saw the prints, called Mom and said, call Mom to see what the neighbor's cat did. Mom came into the kitchen, saw the mess, looked into the cupboard, found the can, and asked Dad, the neighbor cat walk with a knife too? He's my loving big brother. And I will always be the baby sister. You can't run away from that. Thank you. To my husband, Pandit Sarva. He decided to do this event even before I knew. He wanted to honor Dad in a special way because they were literally father and son. He started calling Dad Sadhu even before we got married. And now Dad is Sadhu Nana. Thank you for always looking out for our family and for all you do for us. To each and every one of you, our humble and sincere thank you to each and every one of you for making this function a success in our Dad's memory. Thank you is not just enough for you. But know our family deeply and sincerely appreciate all your efforts from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you all once again. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you very much to my parent Bethany for moving the vote of thanks as we bring this very closer to an end. As part of my endeavor in life, before we move on to a different chapter in this hemisphere, is to share positive thoughts, energies with everyone. Many times we see people where we fail to recognize them. For whatever humbling and little opportunity or accomplishment in life, I would like to take this opportunity in recognizing 3 of our brothers in this temple, in the presence of all the devatas and the presence of you, the people, as we will always do when we do Vivaha Sanskar. So I'd like to take this opportunity and ask my 2 daughters to come up to present 3 certificates to 3 people who have dedicated themselves, their life, in various ways, knowingly or unknowingly, in the name of Vedic Sanatan Dharma. So the first person we would like to call, and it says, it's a certificate of appreciation. We gladly present this certificate of appreciation in honor of your outstanding service and dedication in the name of Vedic Sanatan Dharma. The first person is Totaram Singh. Tota, can you please come forward and receive a certificate of appreciation for us, for all you've done over the years and as you continue to do. The second person I ask my other daughter to present is that is to the Mamu Kishore Seunaraine, in appreciation for your service globally. He is the producer and director of Echoes of Plantation that is being shown globally and on YouTube that you can see it also. So we ask the niece to present a certificate of appreciation to Kishore Seunaraine. And last but not least, to my brother, Gautam Bhai, for being here. We have sang so many times in so many locations, making people happy. Most occasions at our cost, but we do it with love because we have unwavering faith in our dharma. We went to India, we made 2 CDs together, and we are still humble. And we are humbled by the humility of us because of our appearance. I know my mom at age 90, she's looking right now on social media. The late Pandit Shastri Bisundial and Pulmat Bisundial. I asked his niece to present a certificate of appreciation on behalf of me, Pandit Sarva, to Bhai Gautam, Dr. Gautam actually. Thank you very much.
As the elder brother of Sarvanan, not the eldest, the elder. The eldest, I believe, somewhere around. What?
Is he here?
I thought I saw my eldest brother.
Is he here? Patanjali?
Good to see you. Namaste. Sound beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you very much. For all the young artists who are coming up, that will fill our seats. Let's give them a big round of applause for all the kids. Excellent. We're proud of you. Tremendously proud of you. The hair on my skin stands when I see all these young kids. Much has been said, which I did not know. We learned music because our grandfather, Aja, was a basuriwala. I knew him but did not know him very well. And he was an excellent dhula player. This is what we heard. My eldest brother would tell you that. So, my eldest brother, was studying in Trinidad and Tobago, University of West Indies, UE, in Tunapuna. Part of his stipend he was getting, his tuition he saved, came back 1 year to Guyana and bought a harmonium from an elder gentleman in the village. But he thought we were so little and we don't know the importance of this, he will lock the harmonium in the father's room so we can't go in and play. Lo and behold, on top of the rooms, there was a little space that little boys can go. When they're going to work, myself, I remember clearly, we jump the space and do whatever it is. We never knew what Sarigama Padanis or whatever it is. Little by little, Jai Jagadish was the first song I remember touching the keys because we knew to sing the song from the mandirs. Yes. But the song hit the right note. From there we built and built. This was around 12 or 13 years old. That's how I learned to play harmonium. We went to Professor Adesh camp in Trinidad and Tobago, San Juan, BVS. Saravanan also was taken to the Indian Cultural Center in Georgetown to play tabla. And this guy, Kishi, was talking about his father would wake up in the mornings and say, why are you having a hangover or making those noises? 3 o'clock in the morning, he would sit in front of the wardrobe, had a mirror. And he practiced all the tals and tals. And the neighbors would say, complain to her mother, these boys are making noise early in the morning. And today, thanks to those efforts with something we love, we have learned music and we enjoy and sharing to anyone who invites us. And even sometimes we're not invited, we still go. Right? So let's give a round to Pandit Sarva. You've embarked on a beautiful journey. Your dad passed, your mother is looking at you, and she expects a lot of you. So keep the journey going, Bhaiya. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you very much. My eldest brother, who actually initiated all of us with us, he was here, but I think he left early. So I'll give him a certificate of presence next time I see him. So without further ado, I know we have a little weather change in the neighborhood. So I'll ask Tota for a bhajan, and then we will stand for Aarti. Thank everybody for coming.
राहे मनवा दुखे जिंदगियों और साथी है मुझको अपना साथी है राहे मनवा दुखे जिंदगियों और साथी है मुझको अपना साथी है कोई चाहो रखे आती है जाती है आती है जाती है तो अपना साथी है राही मनवा दुखी चिंता जो साथी है तो अपना साथी दूर है मंजिल दूर से प्यार हमारे कोई काम है दूर है मंजिल दूर से प्यार हमारा क्या तुम है रहने के सब प्यार में आती है जाती है चाहे मनवा जितनी चिंता जो बताती है में दीपक नैया में भाजे दुनिया के लंबी अकेले राहों में हर से तेरे ना होगी हर से तेरे अपना नहीं अब तेरे अपने अपना नहीं गाती है गाती है राहे मनवा दुख की चिंता दूर गाती है तो अपना गाती है तो राहे मनवा दुख की चिंता दूर गाती है मेरी जिंदगी सवा है मुझको लगे लगा है मेरी बात याद लग के मुझ प्यार के हो जाए ओ मेरी जिंदगी सवारे मुझको गले लगाते मेरी बात याद लग के मुझ रात के हो जाए तेरे यार
Brother Tota. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I want to give everybody here, let's give a round of applause for each and every one of you for coming and participating. I want to thank my little Chota Pandit for coming all the way from Orlando to participate with us. Let's give him a round of applause, please. No name, no warrant to nobody. You know yourselves. We love you. We care for you. We're just a phone call away. The love is real. Shall we all stand for our tea, please? Yane kane japapane janmantar kritane cha tane tane vinasyante pradakshina pade pade.
जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे भक्त जनों के संकट दास जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे ओम जय जगदीश हरे
सुख संपत्ति घर आवे सुख संपत्ति घर आवे काश मिटे जग का ओम जय जगदीश हरे माता पिता तुम मेरे शरण कहो किसकी स्वामी शरण कहो किसकी बिना और न दूजा आस करो जिसकी ओम जय जगदीश हरे पूर्ण परमात्मा तुम अंतर्यामी स्वामी तुम अंतर्यामी और ब्रह्म परमेश्वर और ब्रह्म परमेश्वर तुम सबके स्वामी ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम करुणा के सागर तुम पालन कर Hare
Shri Vrindavan Bihari Lal ki Jai. Let's all clasp our hands as we say our final prayers this morning to Bhagavan. Tvameva Mata cha Pita Tvameva Tvameva Bandhu cha Sakha Tvameva Tvameva Vidya Dravinam Tvameva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Om Sarvadharma Paritraja Mamekam Sharanam Vraja Aham Tva Sarva Papebhyo Moksheshami Ma Sucha Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna Yatra Pato Dhanurendra Tatra Shri Vijayo Bhuttire Dhruvaniter Matir Mama Mantrahinam Kriyahinam Bhaktinam Janadana Yapujatam Maya Deva Paripunan Tarastame Bar Bar Barmangavo Hare Shriva Shriranga Padasanochane Pavani Bhakti Sada Satsanga Siya Ramachandra Ji ki Jai Umapati Mahadev Ji ki Jai Vrindavan Krishna Chandra Ji ki Jai Vibha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Om Dyav Shanti Antarikshagam Shanti Prithvi Shanti Rapa Shanti Aukshadaya Shanti Vanaspati Shanti Viswadeva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shanti Reva Shanti Sama Shanti Nitya Shanti Bhavatu Shiv Shankar Bhagavan ki Jai Vrindavan Bihari Lal ki Shri Ramachandra Bhagavan ki Satya Sanatana Dharma ki Jai 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 Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam.
Thank you very much for participating to the class.